Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Almost 2 years ago, I stood in this place and delivered something of an integrity scorecard, an assessment of the Albanese government's performance in its first term of government. Today, I'd like to provide an update. With a couple of years and an election in between, how would I rate the government now? In 2024, I called out the government's inaction on whistleblower reforms. At that time, it had been 5 years since the Prime Minister, as then opposition leader, had highlighted the need for a culture of disclosure and to expand whistleblower protections. Well, it's now been 7 years and we're still waiting for comprehensive whistleblower reforms. And it seemed like we were getting somewhere in the second half of last year when the government released an exposure draft amendments to the Public Interest Disclosure Act. The draft legislation was promising, with positive developments, including the establishment of a whistleblower ombudsman and the introduction of a no wrong doors approach. Of course, there were a few missed opportunities. Many people and organisations did a lot of work to provide detailed, actionable feedback in an almost unworkably short 3-week consultation period. And then, suddenly, just as it appeared, the draft legislation seems to have disappeared in a puff of smoke. It's not clear whether it will be introduced or when, or even whether the government has considered the feedback it urgently sought out. I note the Treasury is currently consulting on whistleblower protections under tax and corporations law, but it's not clear how that ties into the kind of comprehensive, system-wide reform that's so sorely needed. And if there's any doubt about that need, just take a look at the recent revelations about KPMG. The anonymous employee who bravely spoke up about the misuse of confidential material has said that they would not have made a disclosure if they had understood the inadequacy of legal protections for whistleblowers. It took a senator using parliamentary privilege for the allegations to even come to light. What a shameful indictment of our system. In 2024, I gave the government credit for strengthening the Commonwealth grants framework, but said I had continuing concerns about non-transparent election commitment funding and whether it would address pork barrelling. Well, I was right to be concerned. The government has not acted to end pork barrelling. In fact, the government continues to rely on invitation-only, non-competitive grants to fund pre-election sweeteners in selected seats. These include the $350 million Investing in Our Communities program, the $1 billion Priority Community Infrastructure program, and most recently, the $561 million Major and Community Infrastructure program. These pork-barrelled handouts are unfair and, frankly, they're bad value. They create winners and losers along arbitrary electoral boundaries, and they create a system where resources are distributed on political strategy rather than need, merit or taxpayer benefit. Perhaps the most concerning development since I last spoke was the government's ill-conceived, indefensible Freedom of Information Bill. Now, the FOI system does need amendment. It needs to be done to make it simpler, faster and easier to use. But instead, the government sought to entrench secrecy by making it harder to access information and easier to hide it. It was a disgraceful attack on transparency that the government eventually conceded was completely and utterly friendless. With the bill having been withdrawn, it's easy to think we're out of the woods. But a recent audit of FOI administration by the Australian National Audit Office identified a range of shortcomings inconsistent with a pro-disclosure regime. Of more than 25,000 FOI decisions reviewed by the ANAO, 79% were to refuse access to information in part or in full. Decision-making is inconsistent and departments are not meeting their obligations. And the government has signalled, or perhaps warned, that FOI legislation isn't off the table for good. At the time I spoke in 2024, the government had been sitting on Linnell Briggs' review of public sector board appointments for a year. The Jobs for Mates report was finally released in December, alongside a new appointments framework that falls well short of what was actually recommended. Now, to be fair, the Briggs report made clear that handing out jobs as favours or rewards is an entrenched issue, not unique to any government or side of politics. And I give praise to the Albanese government. They deserve recognition for implementing a transparent, merit-based selection process for appointments to the Administrative Review Tribunal. It goes to show it can be done. It needs to be done consistently. The ANAO is absolutely crucial as part of our integrity landscape, but it's getting by on a shoestring. The ANAO has operated in a continuous deficit for 8 years, with both the Joint Committee on Public Accounts and Audit and the Auditor-General herself warning that its financial situation is unsustainable. The government failed to provide adequate resourcing in the most recent budget, but to be honest, a funding boost from year to year is really only a temporary solution to the underlying structural problem. A central integrity body should not have to go cap in hand to the very executive it seeks to scrutinise. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I need to touch on the National Anti-Corruption Commission, but this time with some cautious optimism. The establishment of the NAC was a watershed development. Like many Australians, I had high hopes and great expectations of our federal integrity body. And I've spoken at length about my disappointment where I've seen it falling short. With the resignation of the Commissioner and a Deputy Commissioner, the NAC is at a critical juncture, and I see this as an opportunity for a reset, and I'm pleased that the Attorney-General agrees. Yesterday's announcement about the process to fill the vacancies was a welcome step in the right direction. There's more to be done, but I'm encouraged by the Attorney-General's approach and her engagement with me so far. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on the NAC is currently undertaking an inquiry that I hope will deliver constructive, evidence-based recommendations to facilitate a reset and to strengthen the NAC's performance of its functions. So watch this space on that one. So, what's the conclusion on my report card? Well, to be honest, it's probably not a passing grade. There have been a few bright spots, but really many letdowns. It's particularly disappointing at a time of declining trust in politics because trust and integrity, well, they go hand in hand. The public have a sharp nose for what they think is shifty, whether it's inaction on gambling advertising, failure to protect whistleblowers, electoral stitch-ups, or pork barrelling. Our integrity mechanisms should strengthen people's trust in political institutions, and at the moment, I'm worried that they're doing the opposite. Last year's McKinnon Index revealed that while Australians still have faith in democracy, they're increasingly dissatisfied with how they see it working in practice. Regional Australians in particular had lower trust in government, were less satisfied with public services and were less likely to think that the political system allows them to have a say. Australians will not put blind faith in our political institutions, and trust is an end-to-end proposition. I don't believe people have given up on democracy, but they're certainly making a loud demand for it to work better. Deputy Speaker, grievance never feels particularly great to me as a standalone because problems have solutions, even if they're hard to identify and harder to implement. And I'm committed to doing the work of finding those solutions and putting them forward. That's why I developed a gold standard design for the National Anti-Corruption Commission. It's why I put forward reforms to end pork barrelling and protect whistleblowers. It's why I stood up against FOI amendments that would have protected government secrecy and punished those seeking answers. And I'll keep doing that work, and I'll work together with anyone in this place who wants to join me. Now, I may have given the government a failing grade, but the term isn't over. There's still time to turn things around. Back whistleblowers, end pork barrelling, and restore trust in our institutions and in our processes. Integrity is a choice, and it's a choice for the government to make.
Thank you. The member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you. Speaker, I rise today to air a profound grievance on behalf of the people in my electorate of Bullwinkle and indeed right across Western Australia. And my grievance is that with the legacy of housing. The housing neglect that was left behind by the previous coalition government after a decade-long failure that stripped dignity away from aspiring homeowners and renters alike. For 10 long years, those opposite treated housing not as a fundamental human rights or a cornerstone of community security, but as an afterthought. They looked the other way while the dream of home ownership drifted further and further out of reach, particularly for the younger generation. And too many Australians grew up feeling that the entire housing market was stacked against them. But Speaker, housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians. It is the foundation on which families are built, careers are launched and communities thrive. And I'm proud to stand here today as part of the Albanese Labor government that hasn't just recognised the crisis, we've met it head on with the most ambitious national housing agenda that we've seen in generations. And Speaker, we don't just talk about housing in this building, we are actually delivering it on the ground where it matters. Just last week, I had the immense privilege of being part of a major housing forum held in collaboration with my WA Federal Caucus members and colleagues. And this wasn't a closed-door meeting, it was a massive collaboration, a powerhouse of action. We brought together the Federal Minister for Housing, Minister Claire O'Neill, alongside our State Housing Minister, Mr John Kerry, and hundreds of vital stakeholders. We included local government, mayors, presidents, CEOs, community housing providers, local builders, eager investors, and the tireless not-for-profit sector, all in one room, completely aligned on one single mission, building more homes for Western Australians. And to see exactly what that sort of collaboration yields, the very next day I visited 19 brand new social and affordable homes right in my electorate of High Wycombe. And Minister O'Neill accompanied me there so we could see these 19 safe havens. They're more than just bricks and mortar. They're a place that provide security for people. And these 19 social and affordable homes were directly funded by our landmark Housing Australia Future Fund, the HAF. And I'm looking forward to going back there in a few weeks and meeting the new residents as they unpack their boxes, get settled into their new lives, with a secure roof over their heads. This is what Labor delivery looks like. It is local, it is tangible, and it changed lives. But let's look at why the HAF was so desperately needed. Let's look at the record of the opposition. During their entire decade in office, how many social and affordable homes did they build? 373. So not 300,000 or 37,000, just 373 social and affordable homes across the nation over 9 years. It is an absolute disgrace. They presided over a decade of systematic and purposeful neglect, leaving a crater in our national housing supply. And when the Albanese Labor government introduced the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to fix that mess, what did the coalition do? They teamed up with the Greens to block it, stall it and delay it in Parliament for months. They played cheap political games with the roofs that are literally needed for to put over people's heads. And even worse, they have committed to cutting this vital funding if they're ever re-elected. The opposition has shown time and time again that they're only interested in saying one word: no. No to Help to Buy, no to social and affordable housing, no to tax cuts, no to build to rent, no to helping everyday Australians buy a home. Our $47 billion total national investment is almost 10 times what the coalition invested in when they were in office, and the contrast could not be starker. So, Speaker, we know that only sustainable long-term fix to the housing crisis, the only answer, is to build more homes. Supply is the key. And that's why we've set a bold, ambitious national target under Minister O'Neill to build 1.2 million homes over the 5 years. We are actively delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes, and we're reserving 100,000 of those specifically for first home buyers. To unlock these builds, we're not just writing cheques, we're unblocking the system. We're training a new generation of tradies with free TAFE. We're building the vital neighbourhood infrastructure required, and we're aggressively cutting red tape. Speaker, But building homes is only half the battle, and we need to make sure that everyday Australians can actually buy them. On the 1st of October last year, this government delivered on its commitment to expand the 5% deposit scheme to all first home buyers, allowing people to start paying off their own mortgage instead of somebody else's. And we did it 3 months ahead of schedule. And then in December 2025, we launched our revolutionary Help to Buy scheme, helping eligible first-time buyers walk through their front door with up to 40% smaller mortgage. And we didn't stop there. In this budget, the 26-27 budget, we took the brave but necessary steps to level the playing field. From the 2027-28 financial year, we are limiting negative gearing on residential property so it can only can be used for new builds. So that's negative gearing, grandfathered for existing properties, but going forward only on new builds. And as of the 1st of July 2027, we're also replacing the 50% capital gains tax discount with inflation-adjusted indexation, restoring fairness to the taxation of real gains. And finally, Speaker, we have not forgot the millions of Australians who rent. We have introduced powerful new incentives for projects that offer secure, long-term leases, and we have worked constructively with state government and territory governments to make renting fairer. Because of Labor's leaderships, most states have now successfully banned no grounds evictions and implemented strict minimum living standards. Crucially, we have delivered back-to-back increases in Commonwealth rent assistance, and under this Albanese Labor government, rent assistance is now 50% higher, providing immediate, targeted cost of living relief directly to renters who need it most. Speaker, safe and affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians. Despite the endless obstruction and delays from the Coalition, our Housing Australia Future Fund is up and running. And as of June last year, contracts have already been signed to support 18,650 homes under the first 2 rounds of HAF. More than 1,400 homes are completely finished, and hundreds of Australians are already sleeping soundly under those roofs. And now HAF Round 3 has opened. It is our largest round to date, set to deliver more than 21,000 more social and affordable homes. And this builds beautifully on our $2 billion Social Housing Accelerator payment and our $1 billion HAF Crisis and Transitional Program. Speaker, the momentum is real. You can see it nationally in the budget figures, and you can also see it locally in places like High Wycombe in the seat of Bullwinkle. We are fixing the foundations of our housing system, we are backing first home buyers, we're supporting renters, and we're building the homes that Australia needs. And I commend this magnificent Labor housing agenda to the House.
Member for Latrobe.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to today raise the issue of infrastructure projects in Latrobe. And for those who don't know, Latrobe is in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne and is one of the fastest growth corridors in Australia. Thank you very much. Yes, it is. Member for Aston. And the only issue is when it comes to infrastructure out there, you always have to keep pace with the area in the growth, because it's obviously becomes very tough for residents moving around. So and can I just say, there's been a number of road projects under the former Liberal government I announced, working with local residents, and one was actually the Clyde Road and Kangan Drive extension. And can I just say, this is actually an extra lane from the train line going over the Monash Freeway. Now, at the time, I got the local KC Council and their engineers, and obviously KC Council is not like a little council, it's got like a lot of engineers, and they came to me with the road package project. It was going to be $70 million. We committed to doing that, and then under state Labor, and obviously this comes down to the CFMU and their input of corruption and everything else, it blew out to $250 million. Then again we had, and this was actually announced with the former Prime Minister and myself, the racecourse and McGregor Road upgrades in Pakenham, $82 million, which is a lot of money, $82 million. But again, we had state Labor blew this out to $398 million. $398 million. Actually, I'll go back to Clyde Road too. So the Clyde Road, it's only 900 metres of road, and I basically worked out for every 1 metre, it's costing $250,000. Now, I understand going over the Monash Freeway, that's a lot of engineering work, but the rest of it's just widening the road. Then we come to others, the Berwick train station car park, and I compared this to when councils actually, I think it was Maroondah Council upgraded the Mitcham train station car parks. That was done for under $15 million. The Berwick train station car park, and I do note it actually has bus turn lanes, etc., that's gone to $64 million. $64 million. And again, that's state Labor putting their extra cost and burden on the taxpayer when it comes to the CFMU. Now, and driving along around Berwick and Pakenham, you see the CFMU proudly displaying their flag, letting all the residents know that in actual fact it's their project and they're getting the most benefit from it, which is very, very sad. Previously, though, under the Liberal government, and can I just say when it comes to road projects locally now, in Latrobe, and again I say it's one of the fastest growing growth corridors in the state. There's no major projects going on except the ones which were previously announced by Liberal government. And under former Liberal government, we upgraded the Monash Freeway. That was an extra lane from Warrigal Road right down to Cardinia Road, 36 kilometres a lane. I do note the state government in Victoria did actually match half the funding. Can I say that was a good project, working state and federal together. But then we had also the Beaconsfield interchange we delivered. And again, a very important project also for the extension of O'Shea's Road, linking up Clyde Road to the Beaconsfield interchange. And when I talk about Racecourse Road upgrades, now in the final stages with major work completed in 2026, the project includes adding an extra lane between Peach Street and Henry Street, remove the roundabout and replace with traffic lights, installing new signals at Railway Avenue and Campbell Street intersection. Pedestrians and cyclist safety will also be improved through the construction of new walking and shared use paths, completing the missing link between the Hillsville Koori Rupp Road and New Pakenham Station. And can I say that also that was a very, very important joint project, the Hillsville Koori Rupp upgrades. In actual fact, I drove down there on the weekend to take my daughter to a swimming competition. And that road, it's a great road. It was a very dangerous road, one lane that's now dual lane, and that is a good road to see the residents use, and it's a hell of a lot safer now. Also, under the former Liberal government, we upgraded dangerous intersections across Latrobe, and this was brought to me by, in particular, Cardinia Council, and I give them their credit. Between McGregor Road and going further down to Cardinia Road, as I mentioned. Very important upgrades along there. Then I come to 8 dangerous intersections which were funded. O'Neill's Road's been completed, Glissman's Road's been completed, Bayview Avenue and Tivendale Road. This is the old Princess Highway. It was very dangerous. I remember once speaking to a lady who's trying to cross this with 2 children in the car, and sadly the lady behind her was beeping the horn, and she ended up forcing this lady to go forward, making a very bad decision, but ended up having a T-bone. But we're lucky the children ended up being okay after that accident. But again, those smaller dangerous intersections we've upgraded. Also, the Officer South ramps, they've now been completed. But one of the projects which is very disappointing, which was stopped by the Albanese government when it came into power. And can I say, when Bill Shorten was the Labor leader with the former Labor candidate, when we announced this program, they actually matched it. That's Sealing of the Hills program. And I again commend Craig 21, that's a local group up in Cockatoo, who, like they said, it's unfair that they have all these residents been living up in the hills for years. The roads are unsealed, they've got potholes, in summer there's dust, in winter there's water goes into the potholes and they damage their cars. And we secured $150 million to seal 110 kilometres of road for 164 local roads. And the program just started. It actually had already committed and sealed 38 roads. And Labor got in and they cancelled all the funding, which is really upsetting for those local residents. And then the other one which I was very passionate about was Wellington Road. And Wellington Road, going from Clematis down to Listerfield Road, it's a very important, it's a single lane road both directions, and there's sadly over the years there's been fatalities and serious accidents. And I've twice committed funding to this project. First time was in 2007, and that's when we actually, after announcing the funding prior to the election, and I must blame Yarra Ranges Council, mucked about trying to work out where they're going to put overtaking lanes. But my last letter was to the then Transport Minister, who's now Prime Minister, Albanese: don't allow this funding to be diverted. So what did he do? He allowed the funding to be diverted on the council's request, a bad move. So we recommitted the funding again to Wellington Road back in 2019, and the commitment was working with local councils. They said the project was going to be around roughly, and this is when I'm talking about councils, it was actually Casey Council, Cardinia Council, Yarra Ranges and Knox Council, all gave me submissions of the costing. The highest amount was $220 million for probably 20, 30 kilometres of road duplication. And we decided to go with what was fair. We got the state Labor government to pay half, so we committed $110 million. We're hoping state Labor would commit to the remainder. Instead, that didn't occur at all. What happened is Albanese government got in power with state Labor and said this project is now blown out to $900 million, and they diverted the funding to the suburban rail loop. So the suburban rail loop ended up getting the funding from Wellington Road we committed under Liberal government, and also unsealing the roads in the Downing Ranges. So can I just say, the southeast in particular, Latrobe, has really missed out when it comes to road funding, and I know that Labor Party has their heart set on the suburban rail loop, but you're really hurting local residents when you divert funding from smaller projects to the SRL, which has been impacted by major corruption with the CFMEU. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we all know the type. The people of local organisations that put on a feed for people who are having a hard time feeding themselves. Those of a community group that support women and children fleeing family and domestic violence. The club presidents and coaches who give up their evenings and weekends to ensure local sporting clubs run smoothly and the team members' skills are sharply honed and their spirits inspired. The teacher who goes above and beyond to support their students' learning. The volunteer at the barbecue who makes the best snags and keeps the community connected. The parents and carers of their kids' community theatre group who don't just direct and inspire young talent but build their confidence and sew costumes and create incredible sets. These are the quiet achievers in our communities. They don't ask for recognition and they don't seek the spotlight. But without them, our communities simply would not function the way they do. These people and organisations are the very reason how the Tilly Aston Community Awards were created a couple of years ago. And these awards recognise and celebrate the individuals and groups in the Aston electorate who go above and beyond. Those who show exceptional dedication, leadership, selflessness and care for others. The awards commemorate a truly remarkable woman, Matilda Aston, who was known as Tilly. Tilly was a blind writer, a teacher, a poet, and a very fierce disability activist, arguably one of this country's first. The federal electorate of Aston is named after this incredible woman, who was born in December 1873, nearly 153 years ago. And these awards honour a legacy of service and community spirit that continues to inspire today. And nominations are now open to anyone living or working in the electorate of Aston, and I especially encourage self-nominations. Deputy Speaker, sometimes the people doing the most meaningful work do not realise just how much of a difference they are making. In Aston, volunteers are the backbone of our community. They give their time freely, driven not by profit, but by a genuine desire to help others. And as the representative for the electorate of Aston, I recognise that contribution, I respect it, and I will always support it. But supporting our communities also means backing the workers who keep those communities running every single day. On this side of the chamber, we stand firmly with workers and their families. We back workers on the minimum wage and those on modern awards. We welcome the decision by the Fair Work Commission to increase the minimum wage by 5.97% to $26.44 per hour, alongside a 4.75% increase to award wages from the 1st of July this year. This is a positive outcome for around 3 million low-paid workers across Australia. And these are the workers who keep our economy moving and our communities functioning. Cleaners, retail workers, fast food workers, hospitality staff, and so many others. They work hard, often in challenging conditions, and they deserve to be paid fairly for the contributions they make. The Albanese Labor government has consistently advocated for fair wage increases because we believe in one simple principle: if you work hard, you should be able to get ahead. In my electorate of Aston, this decision will make a real difference to households. It means more money in the pockets of working people at the end of the week and a little less pressure when it comes to paying the bills. And Labor has always been the party of working people. It is part of our history, part of our identity, and part of our ongoing commitment to fairness. Deputy Speaker, the contrast right now could not be clearer. While we support higher wages and better conditions for workers, there are some who have consistently opposed measures that would lift the incomes of low-paid Australians. Time after time, members of the three-ring circus, the Liberal One National Party, have voted against workers' rights and supporting those who need it the most. On this side of the chamber, we will always back workers. We will always support fair pay. And we will always put the interests of everyday Australians ahead of the interests of billionaires and vested interests. Deputy Speaker, supporting workers also means recognising the value of some of the most important jobs in our communities. Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting two outstanding early learning centres in my electorate: Good Start, Wanturna South on Cathy's Lane, and Little Stars Early Learning and Kindergarten in Ferntree Gully. At Good Start, I met with dedicated educators and enthusiastic children who reminded me just how important those early years are. At Little Stars, I spoke with Mark and Annette about the incredible work they are doing for local families, and I even had the chance to meet their cute little chook called Bingo and their adorable and highly excitable turtle called Dougie. These visits are always a joy, but they are also a powerful reminder. Early childhood educators play a vital role in shaping the next generation. They help children learn, grow, and develop the skills they need to succeed in school and in life. Being an early childhood educator is one of the most important jobs in the country, and they should be paid fairly for that work. And that's why the Albanese government funded a 15% pay rise for early education and care workers. The Albanese government is investing a further $3.6 billion over the next 2 years to lock in this historic 15% pay rise for early childhood educators. This investment will be tied to a commitment from childcare centres to limit fee increases. We want to make sure workers can be paid fairly without the costs being passed on to families. When combined with our support for minimum wage rises, this will mean $255 more per week for a typical full-time educator and $410 more per week for early childhood educators compared to December 2024 when the government first implemented the pay rise. Our government understands that strong communities rely on volunteers who give their time and heart and workers who give their skill and effort. Deputy Speaker, whether it is recognising volunteers through the Tilly-Aston Community Awards and delivering fair wage increases for millions of workers, our government is focused on what matters to people in my community. We are building stronger communities. We are supporting working people. And we are ensuring that no one is left behind. Because at the end of the day, when we back workers and we support volunteers, we strengthen the very fabric of our society. And that is something worth standing up for. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we learnt this afternoon that the Labor Party and the Greens have done this grubby, dishonest, dirty deal between themselves to get these tax changes through the Parliament. And this really, for anybody that needed any further proof of where this government is going, today is a classic example. That the government needed the assistance of the Greens, the party that is on the far left of politics, to pass these taxation laws. Now, the Australian people, they didn't vote for a Labor-Greens coalition. They voted for a Labor government. Unfortunately, we respect the will of the people, but they didn't vote for some kind of coalition between these two parties. But let's just talk about the Greens for a moment. The Greens had a choice. The Greens had a choice of working with the Liberal and National coalition by providing a longer, more detailed examination of the NDIS bill and how the NDIS could more properly be reformed. The Greens talked the big talk about looking after people with disabilities, but when the opportunity came to whack more Australians with higher taxes, $280 billion worth of additional taxes, the Greens jumped at that opportunity and dropped their aspirations for fixing up what has been a disastrous NDIS program under this government. They talk the talk, they never walk the talk. They never walk the talk, the Greens. Now, the Greens had this opportunity to provide greater scrutiny to the government's NDIS bill, and they've just ducked the nut. They have chosen to stand with higher taxes with this government, and they'll do so at their own peril, because Australians, I've got to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I make my way around my electorate, this government is on the nose. In some recent surveying that I did of my community, 70% of those surveyed said that they believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction. 70%. Now, if that doesn't send shivers down the spine of the government, I don't know what will. But see, this is the thing. The government is sitting on a 94% massive mega majority. But they've become complacent, they've become arrogant, full of hubris. They think they are untouchable. They think that Australians are actually, I don't think they, even the most ardent Labor member would not think that they've got the support of the Australian people, because they know that the Australian people are coming after them with pitchforks at the next election on these taxation policies. Well, we will soon find out. We will soon find out. I'll take that interjection. I'd encourage the member for Isaacs next, when he wants to come on a holiday, to come up to the beautiful Sunshine Coast, enjoy our warmth in wintertime, and just see how angry people are. And they are angry. They are angry at this government, because what Australians will cop a lot of things, but we won't cop when our governments are being dishonest with us. This government this Prime Minister told us that he would not introduce changes to CGT, capital gains tax, to negative gearing, to superannuation, to trusts. And these are the things, exactly the sorts of things that the government wants to introduce. Madam Deputy Speaker, you should be in no doubt, and nor should any of those members opposite. Australians are very, very upset with this government. And although it has a 94-seat majority, there are a lot of those members opposite on, if I can channel my Monty Python, on a wafer-thin majority. Wafer-thin majorities. And just as we saw just last night in England, where Keir Starmer won in a landslide 2 years ago. Keir Starmer is no longer, or he has resigned and is now filling the spot until the UK Labor find a replacement. But that was just 2 years ago. Labor won in a landslide. And I think they won on a very similar majority primary vote to what we saw here in Australia in just 12 months ago in 2025. There are very salient lessons for those members opposite, very salient lessons out of this, because the UK and Australia are obviously very similar with our systems of government. Australians will not cop dishonesty from their governments. And just as in the UK, where there has been all sorts of problems with their immigration, all sorts of problems with their energy policies, all sorts of problems with their living standards. Does that ring any bells to you, Madam Deputy Speaker? Because they're the sort of challenges that we are experiencing in this country here today. We were promised in this country by this government that we would be all enjoying a $275 price reduction in our energy prices, and we're paying 40% more for our energy now under this government. And Australians have had enough. And so when this government comes in, and even the Prime Minister's own words, how many times have I got to tell you? 50 times, I'm not going to introduce these new taxes, but then does, and then refuses to acknowledge that he has been anything other than dishonest with the Australian people, then Australians have a right to be very upset with this Prime Minister. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, once upon a time in this country, when politicians, and even in the Labor Party, if I can draw upon Peter Beattie, a former Queensland Labor Premier. Peter Beattie was the master of mea culpa, but when he stuffed something up, he stood up in front of the cameras and said, "I got this wrong," but not this Prime Minister. He won't even admit that he's breaking promises. He just says, "We've changed our position." Australians are all over this. They know and they will not cop it. When I make my way around my electorate, Madam Deputy Speaker, Australians are telling me, people in Fisher are telling me, particularly small businesses, the same small businesses that are feeling like this government is crunching down on them at every step of the way. These are the same people who are paying $29,000 on average for their mortgage repayments for their homes. But unlike everyday average mum and dads that don't have a small business, these small business people are not only paying $29,000 a year extra on their home loans than they were under a coalition government. After tax, they're also paying commensurately higher interest rates on their business loans. And for every home energy bill they get, they're paying a lot more as well on their energy bills for their businesses. So small businesses have never done it tougher than what they are experiencing right now under this government. That's why, and it pains me to say this as someone who's been in small business for 30-odd years before I came into this place, that small businesses under this government, we have never seen a higher rate of small business insolvencies than what we are experiencing under this Albanese government. So for those members opposite who might chortle and think that we're sitting on a 94% majority, we can withstand just about anything that comes our way, well, I've got news for them, because I'm sure that Keir Starmer also had similar views to what I'm hearing from those members opposite. 2 years ago, Keir Starmer won in a landslide. 1 year ago, Labor won in a landslide. Members opposite should not think that they are immune to those same sorts of pressures that we are seeing in the UK from happening here, because the same sort of pressures are very real. Mums and dads are hurting. Our homelessness is just off the Richter scale. So many people are doing it tough. This government is letting down people left, right and centre, and they've had enough. They want to change, and they'll get it with this Liberal National Coalition government.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the importance of civics education and why it's important to make sure that young Australians understand how our democracy works and why it matters. Our democratic system is often taken for granted. It's stable, familiar and deeply embedded in our national life. But that stability depends on each generation developing an understanding of how our system functions and the responsibilities that come with it. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit Dingley Primary School in my electorate of Isaacs, along with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honourable Milton Dick, MP, as part of the Speaker's Parliament in Schools program and the Australian Parliament House National Flag Roadshow. This was the first time that the Speaker of the House of Representatives has visited South East Melbourne in 125 years, making it a significant occasion for the school and the local community. What stood out most was the energy in the room. The students were curious, thoughtful and full of questions. They wanted to know how laws are made, how Parliament works and what members of Parliament can do for their communities. A highlight of the visit was helping the students to unfurl one of the Australian flags that's flown from the 81-metre flagpole above this Parliament. More than 100 students joined in, which sounds like a lot until you see a flag measuring 12.8 metres by 6.4 metres unfurled. Watching the students work together in that moment was powerful to me. It was not only about a national symbol, but also cooperation and shared responsibility. It gave students a real connection to Parliament and the institutions that belong to all Australians. I also recently visited St Bridget's Primary School in Mordialloc to speak with grade 5 and 6 students about civics and citizenship. We discussed how Parliament works, how laws are made and why democratic participation matters. On that visit, I brought a replica of the parliamentary mace. The students were fascinated by its design and history and by the role that it plays in the traditions of the House of Representatives. For many students, it was the first time they'd seen such a direct link to the traditions of Parliament. Visits like this bring our Parliament a little closer to the classroom, giving students a chance to understand the symbols, history and meaning of our democracy. The mace and the flag are more than ceremonial objects. They're reminders of the institutions and traditions that allow our democracy to function. These visits remind us of something important about Australia and our democracy. We're fortunate to live in a country where disagreement is resolved through debate, elections, laws and Parliament, not through conflict or intimidation. When Australians want change, they can vote, speak up, campaign and take their case to their elected representatives. That is not something we should ever take for granted. It's something that young Australians should learn, value and carry forward. Democracy relies on trust, participation and understanding. People need to know how to vote, why their vote matters and how decisions are made on their behalf. That's why getting young people involved is so important. At both Dingley Primary School and St Bridget's Primary School, I opened the floor to questions in what has now become something of a tradition. When I visit schools, the first question was the most important one in Melbourne, which is which AFL team I support. As a long-suffering Saints supporter, I gave them an honest answer, and of course, I was immediately heckled. We also put democracy to the test with a vote and a division to show how Parliament works. I asked the students one of the most contentious questions in public life: should we put pineapple on pizza? The room divided on this question with laughter, raised eyebrows, and the expressions of students who could not believe that their classmates had such bad taste, on both sides. While pineapple on pizza can produce very strong opinions, democracy took its course, and I can report to my astonishment that the no vote prevailed at both schools. Yay. Apparently, pineapple on pizza is a stretch too far. These experiences reinforce the importance of civics education in and beyond the classroom. It's one thing to learn about Parliament in theory, it's another to see its processes and symbols come to life. Civics education teaches students how laws are made, how Parliament works, and why democracy matters. It helps young Australians understand participation, accountability, respect for the rule of law, and engagement in public life. It also helps young people make sense of the world around them. Digital technology and social media mean young people are able to see more information than ever before, but not all of it is reliable. Learning how to think critically, check information, and engage respectfully is essential. It's also about ensuring that young people see themselves as part of Australia's democratic story. When Parliament feels real and accessible, students are more likely to remain engaged in civic life as adults. Visits to Dingley Primary School and to St Bridget's Primary School help bring Parliament closer to the community. For many students, those experiences can stay with them. They show that democracy is not something distant or separate from their lives. It's something they are part of and help shape. The students I've met have given me immense confidence in the future of our democracy. Their engagement shows that young Australians are ready to participate when given the opportunity. We should not underestimate the importance of early engagement. A question asked in a primary school classroom today can be the first step towards a lifelong interest in community, leadership, or public service. I firmly believe that civics education matters immensely to the strength of our democracy. Civics, how our democracy works, should be taught in every Australian school. Young Australians should understand the institutions that serve them, the rights and responsibilities they hold, and the role that they can play in their communities and in our national life. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, a constituent of mine asked me a question. Why is it that if a bank is robbed $1 million, there'd be a major investigation and a criminal would be sent to jail? But if a scammer steals $1 million from someone's bank account, the consequences are far less certain. And unfortunately, this wasn't a hypothetical. This constituent was a victim of an investment scam and he lost almost $1 million. Now, that's life-changing money, but there were minimal consequences for those responsible. Scammers prey on vulnerable people who often aren't tech literate. Scammers prey on vulnerable people who often aren't tech literate or may not be fluent English speakers, but we're all at risk. Everyday life, including many government services, rely on us transacting online, and scams affect far too many people. Australians reported a staggering 2.18 billion in scam losses in 2025 alone, and in my community across Bradfield, from Warunga to Northbridge, the figure is in millions of dollars every single week. But let me be clear, the costs are not just financial. Many victims are deeply ashamed and fearful, hiding their identity to avoid family pressure or social repercussions. And with AI, it's becoming even harder to identify a hoax. We are now in a frightening world where AI voice agents can replicate your family members or friends asking for money. Everyone has a role to play in preventing and responding to scams. The banks, the telco providers, digital platforms, and government needs to ensure the right protection framework and penalties are in place, which appropriately shares responsibilities and consequences among those with the power to act. So it's great to have the government, it's continuing to develop its scams prevention framework. The framework seeks to prevent, detect and disrupt scams, prevent scammers from using a service in the first place, actively looking for scams and then disrupt them once they've been found. The draft rules are a big step forward, but we can do better. I made a submission this week on how to strengthen the rules, and I'm calling for stronger reimbursements to ensure that people are appropriately compensated. The average scam is worth roughly $7,500, so the automatic reimbursement cap should be raised to that level from the proposed $3,000. I'm also calling for obligations on digital platforms to proactively identify and block repeat scammers rather than just react to reported scams. And I'm calling for strong obligations on banks and telcos to prevent scams from occurring, for example through disrupting scam emails and messages and creating effective, timely scam reporting mechanisms. I'll keep pushing to ensure that my community is protected from scam and scammers.
I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. A few months ago, I was holding a community event trying to get stuff for youth to do on the northern beaches of Cairns. And a young man who was working with Thrive and Connect had come along. He had a lot to say. He was an interesting young fellow. And I asked him to intern with me, so he came in for a week. So, as I do with all of my interns and work experienced people, I got them to write me a speech. And this is the words of Nong Aru, a Sudanese refugee, based in Box Hill, but up in Cairns playing footy. A letter to the government. One of my earliest memories is sitting in an airport in Egypt with my brothers, watching planes through the window while my parents were being questioned before travelling back to Australia. We were too young to understand what was happening, but looking back, I often think about that moment. What if my parents had been told no? What if we had never boarded that plane? When we arrived in Australia, I couldn't speak English. I remember hearing it for the first time and not understanding a single word. Everything was new and unfamiliar. But what I quickly came to understand was kindness. My family settled in Box Hill, Melbourne, where we were welcomed by the community, a community that cared. Neighbours looked after one another. Schools supported families, and people made us feel like we belonged. They didn't see us as strangers. They saw us as part of the community. Growing up, I was protected by my family and guided by the values that they taught me. Like many young people, I made mistakes along the way, but those experiences taught me the importance of responsibility, gratitude, and making the right choices. Those lessons have stayed with me throughout my life and have led me to where I am today. I now live in Cairns and work with Thrive and Connect, supporting young people who are often misunderstood, overlooked, or struggling to find their place in the world. Through that work, I have the privilege of helping young people find their voice, discover their purpose, and realise their potential. In many ways, I see parts of my younger self in them, and I hope to give them the same support, guidance, and sense of belonging that was given to me. Today, I simply want to say thank you. Thank you to Australia, and thank you to the communities that welcomed my family and gave us the opportunity to build a better future. Australia is better because Nong is here. He works hard in Cairns. He's a role model to young people. He worked hard in my office. I am so proud to be able to read his words today, and I'm so proud of what his family has brought to this country, and I thank him for being here.
A member for Clare.
Deputy Speaker, I recently had the honour of opening the 50th Henry Lawson Festival in the historic goldfields town of Gulgong. Honouring one of Australia's most iconic writers, the festival brought together locals and visitors to recognise Henry Lawson's enduring contribution to poetry and storytelling. He spent his formative years in the Gulgong area. The festival drew a massive crowd, and the ongoing success of the festival is a testament to the power of the Gulgong community. Some of the highlights included helping to present our young artists with their medals. Congratulations, Sierra, on your first place. Taking my 1962 Falcon Ute in the huge street parade, and watching old Henry Lawson cut his 159th birthday cake. I'd like to thank and recognise Bill Murphy and his hard-working team of volunteers for bringing us this wonderful celebration of our history and 50 years of magic, including Simone Grundy, and also Heath Atchison, Stephen Hunter, Craig Ryan, Bridget Glover, Simone Sheridan, Margie Jackson, Corey Andrews, Christina Tomlinson, Janelle Hazler and Alan Walker. During the Henry Lawson Festival, we also celebrated 100 years of the Gulgong Country Women's Association. It's been a remarkable century of service, resilience and community connection. Founded to support women in rural and regional areas, the CWA has long played a vital role in strengthening communities through advocacy, friendship and practical support. in Gulgong CWA Hall, there was a wonderful centenary display which reflected both the organisation's rich history and its contribution to the community. Gulgong CWA are a small but mighty group of women hosting a market on the fourth Saturday of each month and providing catering for coach tours and other key tourism activities. In the words of President Robin Jones, the proceeds from these activities helps keep the hall open and keeps us on our toes. Gulgong is our main priority, and so is keeping our CWA going for another 100 years. Congratulations to the Gulgong CWA members, President Robin Jones, who is an outstanding leader, Treasurer Penny Pinnock, Secretary Lorraine Richards, Margaret Reid, Jeanette Lewis, Natalie Buckle, Liz Roden and Linda Howard. Happy birthday, Gulgong CWA. We wish you many, many more years of wonderful community service, and thank you all for your extraordinary contribution to Gulgong, our region and our country. We cannot do without our CWA.
The Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to share that construction on the new Rouse Hill Hospital is underway. This milestone reflects years of advocacy by my community in Greenway and Labor governments committed to delivery. Working together, the Albanese and Minns Labor governments are building the world-class hospital that North West Sydney needs. Excavation and earthworks of the hospital footprint are taking place right now, and I look forward to the project continuing to make great progress. For growing communities like ours, better health services must be matched with strong infrastructure. That's why we're also investing in road upgrades across North West Sydney. We're progressing works to widen Windsor Road near the hospital site, addressing a significant bottleneck on this vital road. Construction is also underway to upgrade Richmond Road. This $720 million project will cut travel times, ease congestion and support future growth across Greenway. After years of neglect, we're delivering the practical infrastructure investments that our community needs and deserves. Madam Deputy Speaker, access to reliable mobile connectivity is an important concern in my electorate. In 2022, I worked with residents in the Ponds to address long-standing mobile black spots and was successful in securing land for a new tower at Jonas Bradley Park. I'm pleased that tower is now built and connecting my community in Greenway. While this is real progress, more work remains. I will continue to bring together network operators, Blacktown Council and locals to find practical solutions. Through ongoing engagements, we have now secured ministerial consent from the New South Wales Government for the lease at Douglas Reserve, allowing this project to proceed. I'm also pleased that the lease for the Ken Birdsey Park in Schofields has been referred to the New South Wales Government for approval. These locations were identified by locals in my community, and I'm so pleased to be able to deliver for them. I will continue to fight to ensure that every resident across Greenway has access to reliable mobile coverage. Madam Deputy Speaker, constituents have welcomed the extension of fuel excise relief for another month. This will make petrol and diesel 16 cents per litre cheaper for another month. So for local families, tradies and small businesses, this is vital cost of living relief for those who need it most. The Albanese government will continue to shield Australians from the impacts of global pressures, including conflict in the Middle East.
I thank the Attorney-General and I give the call to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Two big issues in the electorate of Latrobe. One is the cost of living. People are really hurting. Recently, I'm hearing on the ground that when it comes to insurance premiums, amazingly, they're going up 20 or 30% again. I know sometimes there's factors, but when it comes to where people live and up in the Dandenong Ranges, because of bushfires and other issues, they are going up by 20 or 30%. That's really hurting people. And again, when it comes to energy bills, they're going up and up. And you think about this living, again, I mentioned in Melbourne, and obviously we're here in Parliament in Canberra, but it's a lot colder down there, so power bills are going up, and people were promised by the Prime Minister prior to last election, the previous one, a discount of $275. That just hasn't happened. And one of the things which I'm hearing from small business and people who have put trust in the Prime Minister when he says comments like "my word is my bond," when they took him on face value when it comes to not changing capital gains tax or unit trust. Now, this actually really hurts a lot of people, and a lot of the tradies, they've established the trust. Obviously, they've gone to the accountant. The accountant said, hey, a good way of minimising tax is to put money in the trust. Then you can, obviously, one of the partners, could be husband or wife's not working, they can actually get a discount on that. Now they're going to be hit as money goes into that trust by 30%, and that's a huge whack. Also hearing, and again from when I talk to my friends in the multicultural communities, a lot of the Indian accountants, if I use them as an example, a lot of my Indian friends are going to their accountant at the moment. They've been advised to set up a trust for a small business. It could be a landscaping business, it could be a post office or whatever it is, and now they've already gone once to get get advice on what's actually occurring with the government changes, and now we're seeing all these changes the government's made again. Obviously they're copying a backlash, and I warn the Labor members, you know what, if you don't stand up and speak out about this, it'll be costing you your seats, because people are really hurting on the ground, and especially when it comes to people who've put their faith in the government, especially multicultural communities, when they've set up trusts and they've also planned for the future when it comes to capital gains discounts. It was 50% put in under the Howard government. Now that's all going to be changed to indexation. So really tough time for people trying to get ahead in life, and especially when it comes to cost of living pressures. Now government is not making life easier, they're making it more difficult, especially for small business. Thank you.
The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Order of Australia, one of the highest recognitions for service in this nation, and it's one of the most honourable ways that we can recognise everyday people and the contributions they have done to make a lasting mark on this nation and the people around them. It does not come from a government or a boardroom, it comes from the community. Any one of us can put a name forward, and any one of us could be put forward. These awards are much more about the letters added after someone's names. They are neighbours and colleagues taking the time to say that someone's work matters and that it deserves national recognition. Today I'd like to recognise these people in my electorate of Swan who have received that honour. Professor Emeritus Trevor Redgrave AM, for significant service to physiology and molecular biology research at the University of Western Australia. Trevor's work has helped establish how the body processes fats after a meal and how the liver clears these particles. Mr James Walker AM, for significant service to the mining sector, to historical preservation organisations and the community. To Miss Elizabeth Woods AM, for significant service to the law, to people with disability and to basketball administration. Elizabeth is the longest-serving female judicial officer and was the first resident magistrate of Kalgoorlie, which is my birth town. Also to Miss Elspeth Hensler, OAM, for service to the law. Elspeth has a long-standing legacy of continued pro bono work and for providing free legal assistance to help the disadvantaged in our society. To Dr Brian Moon, OAM, for service to tertiary education. Brian is a teacher, an author, a researcher in the fields of literacy studies and teaches at Edith Cowan University in the School of Education. We need teachers for tomorrow. Also, Dr Sean Stevens, OAM, for service to general practice medicine. Sean has practised as a GP for over 25 years and served as the chair of the Royal Australian College of GPs during the COVID pandemic. Thank you for your service. And to Miss Evelyn Vicker, OAM, for service to the law. Evelyn was the former WA Deputy State Coroner. While in office, her inquest work included the Long-Term Missing Persons Project, which dealt with historical disappearance across WA. Every one of these West Australians has spent a lifetime giving to others. On behalf of the people of Swan, I congratulate them on this honour and thank them for all the work they've done for our community.
The member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Regional Victorians are sick of being treated as an afterthought, and that is the clear, strong message that I've received across the Monash electorate, especially last week at my mobile office in San Remo, which I jointly hosted with the Liberal candidate for Bass, Rochelle Halstead. Across our community, local clubs, volunteers and families are doing the heavy lifting, while state and federal Labor governments continue to leave regions in Victoria behind. A perfect example is the Phillip Island Sports Hub, something I'm particularly passionate about. Before the election, I secured a $10 million commitment by the Coalition to support the Phillip Island Sports Hub. And it's a project that would support local sporting clubs, including the Phillip Island Football, Netball Club, and help deliver facilities a growing community like Bass Coast desperately needs. Anyone who has visited the club knows it is bursting at the seams. Madam Deputy Speaker, participation continues to grow, volunteers continue to step up, and the demand on facilities continues to increase. And yet when the opportunity came to back this project, Labor refused to match the commitment and refused to properly acknowledge the needs of local clubs and the communities in which they serve. Regional communities should not have to beg for the infrastructure that metropolitan areas and capital cities take for granted. And what makes this even more frustrating, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that Victorians are carrying record levels of state debt, which is now being visited upon volunteer and community organisations. The Allan Labor government's debt clock is ticking so fast that while families spend an afternoon watching a couple of games of football, Victoria's debt increases by enough money to build the very club rooms, change rooms and community facilities that local organisations are crying out for. The money is being borrowed, the debt is being accumulated, and yet regional communities are still waiting for the infrastructure that they desperately need. And that's why I want to acknowledge the state Liberal candidate for Bass, Rochelle Halstead, who I've been working very closely with right across the Bass Coast community, particularly last week in Phillip Island. Rochelle isn't a fly-in, fly-out politician. She's a genuine local who's built and run a family-run small business in the Bass community. She cares passionately about the local area, has dedicated countless hours as mayor, as a local sporting community champion. I know she'll stand up for the Bass Coast community, and as a state and federal Liberal team, we will fight to get things done for Bass Coast. Rochelle's doing a great job on the ground, and I look forward to working with her to get the investment our region needs.
Member for Tagny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every time I visit Blue Gum Park Tennis Club in Brentwood, it's always full of players, junior players, and a dedicated team of volunteers who have helped make this club a success for more than 50 years. Most recently, I was happy to see that the club completed its solar power upgrades with federal funding. The club installed solar panels, 3-phase inverters, a battery storage system, a concrete platform for external battery stacks, and a smart meter. This new system supplies the entire club with nearly 450 members and almost 1,000 players. This new system improved the club's sustainability and energy efficiency. The club told me that last month they already saved $1,000 in their electricity bill. Working in collaboration with the City of Melbourne, this project shows the importance of renewable energy adoption at Tagny community sport facilities. A special thanks to Bill, a volunteer from the club who spearheaded this project. 2 weeks ago in Burwood, I was delighted to attend the opening of the upgraded change room at Karoonda Reserve, home to the Brentwood Karoonda Sporting Association and other community groups who regularly use Karoonda Reserve. The change room now provides modern, safe and accessible facilities for all gender to help with the growing female participation in sport. I have been working closely with the local clubs and the City of Melbourne on this project for a few years, which received federal grant from our government. I want to thank the volunteers from the clubs who advocated for this upgrade many years ago with me. You all saw an important needs in our community. I'm happy that these necessary changes have been materialized. This built on a commitment I delivered to Tingara Netball Club to resurface their netball court and the basketball court and install new multi-use goal posts at Karunda to improve the courts for the many of the women and girls playing netball. Projects like these are so important for our community sporting infrastructure. And it was great to see all the players, all the volunteers at the opening event. Thank you.
The member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week I have launched Hinkler's biggest survey. Following the success of my small business survey in May, I'm now inviting everyone across the great Hinkler electorate to have their say. It's a privilege to serve my community, and after my first year in this role, I'm keen to hear directly from as many locals as possible. People are facing real pressures and rising costs, and I want to bring their concerns to this place. Stand up for what matters and ensure my community gets a fair go. Hinkler's biggest survey covers issues relating to energy, taxation, health, cost of living, transport, welfare, seniors, veterans, the environment, and much more. The Coalition is putting forward our plan to restore Australian standard of living and protect our way of life, and the feedback through surveys like this help us form the right priorities for regional Australia. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to tourism, more than 60% of those in the tourism sector on the Fraser Coast are reporting to be under some level of pressure. 40% of respondents in recent tourism surveys have shown an increase in cancellations. Wages, insurance and the cloud over fuel costs are among the main factors. And that's why the Coalition is committed to encouraging people to travel to our region and not deter them. And while times are tough ahead of another whale season, I'm pleased to share some great news and report that the Fraser Coast Tourism and Events has a new CEO. Simon O'Callaghan is the former boss of the Yarra Ranges Tourism in the Yarra Valley and Dandenong Ranges. He helped grow their visitor economy to a staggering $1 billion annually. Swapping Chardonnay for humpbacks, I've had the fortune to meet with Simon to discuss the challenges and indeed the opportunities for local tourism. Yeah, I'll continue to work with Simon and all the stakeholders to ensure Destination Fraser Coast is at the top of the list for potential holiday makers. While local tourism is thriving, so is our community. And Deputy Speaker, one of the most important strengths of any great community is connection. Coinciding with Men's Health Week, I had the pleasure of joining the Men's Walk and Talk Hervey Bay at walk number 545. Led by Shane Bradbury, this group of blokes from all walks of life and all ages meet on the Esplanade in Hervey Bay for a walk and talk every Tuesday afternoon at sunset and as the day breaks on a Thursday morning. The Men's Walk and Talk provides positive, supportive and inclusive space where there's no pressure and no barriers to entry, just an opportunity to walk, talk and support. As a trained mental health first officer myself, I truly appreciate the value in projects like this. I thank Shane and his team of volunteers for making a real difference.
The Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Eden Monaro, 19.3% of people volunteer through a local organisation, and that is much higher than the national average of 14.1%. And today I rise to acknowledge and to thank them. As part of Volunteers Week this year, I presented over 100 certificates of appreciation to volunteers who have been nominated by their peers. And I'd like to table the list of this year's nominees from every corner of the mighty Eden Monaro. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to mention a few of them here today. It was a delight to meet Marulan local Lorraine Lorkovic, along with members of the Marulan and District Historical Society and the Marulan Football Club. Born and bred in Marulan, Lorraine has been supporting the community for as long as anyone can remember. Lorraine's friends and colleagues describe her as a quiet achiever who just comes along, joins in and gets things done. Lorraine, your contribution to the Marulan community is truly valued. I also had the pleasure of meeting Sonia Simmons, who was nominated for her tireless efforts with the Lions Club of Bungendore and Bungendore Seniors Association. Sonia is a volunteer powerhouse. She volunteers for the Lions Club through weekly school breakfast clubs and organising events such as Paws Around the Pond and working on the Lions Barbecue. She volunteers as a committee member for the Bungendore Seniors Association, where they appreciate her smile and generous nature. And I saw this firsthand when I visited for a boot scoot morning in Bungendore recently. We are incredibly lucky to have Sonia in our community. On Anzac Day, it was a privilege to recognise lifelong Bredbow resident Ken Bowerman, named the Cooma Monero Sub-Branch Anzac of the Year. Ken's decades of dedication to the Snowy Monero community are truly inspiring. His volunteer contributions span the Rural Fire Service, the local cemetery committee, the P&C, the Progress Association, and a host of other organisations as well. Ken was also a finalist for the Snowy Monero Senior Citizen of the Year this year. Thank you so much for everything you do in our community, Ken. And a shout out to Cooma legend Pat Thompson, who regularly makes scones and sweet treats for events at the Cooma Car Club. This is a simple but powerful reflection of the spirit of community volunteering. Pat is the kind of volunteer every community dreams of. She gives her time, energy and her kindness to the Cooma Car Club every week without asking for any recognition or reward. And while many know Pat for her delicious homemade scones, and I can confirm they are delicious, she provides something far greater to our community. It's the warmth, the generosity and a sense of belonging for anyone who comes through those car club doors. Pat's contributions may seem simple on the surface, but she is an irreplaceable member of the car club family. A big shout out to all those volunteers across Eden Monero. Thank you for the work that you do. We don't often get to acknowledge it, but when we do, we want to say thank you.
Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Australian War Memorial stands as the most important building in our nation because it lies at the heart of our commitment to remember the 103,000 Australian Defence Force personnel who have died wearing the uniform of our Army, Navy or Air Force. It reminds us, Deputy Speaker, that the freedoms we enjoy today came at a very heavy price. Those who were killed, those who were physically wounded and those who never recovered from the mental scars, and also remembers the families who supported them in their service. They are the ones who paid the price for the freedoms that we enjoy, and we must never forget that sacrifice. And that is the key reason why, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition funded the redevelopment of the Australian War Memorial while we were in government. It was to tell the stories of contemporary service in the Australian Defence Force in a timely and appropriate manner. Over the past 30 years, more than 100,000 Australians have served in war, conflict and peacekeeping missions. Today, their stories remain mostly untold. The Australian War Memorial's redevelopment project is modernising and expanding the galleries and the stories we tell of Australian service and Australian sacrifice. For the first time, the memorial will have displays dedicated to Australia's efforts to prevent war and to contribute to peace. Our contemporary veterans and their families are some of the strongest supporters of the redevelopment. This is a national endeavour, Deputy Speaker, that Australians can be proud of, lest we forget. Deputy Speaker, in November this year, Victorians have the opportunity to change their government and get rid of a Labor Party which has allowed rorts and corruption on building sites to waste $15 billion of taxpayers' money. $15 billion of taxpayers' money wasted on union thugs and bikie heavies. Now, I'll be campaigning alongside my state colleagues to help deliver a fair share of funding to regional communities with the National's Fair Share Guarantee, where 25% of infrastructure funding will be returned to our regional communities if the Coalition wins government. Now, in the seat of Gippsland East, Deputy Speaker, we will be aiming to make history at the November election. We'll be aiming to make history to have the first female Member of Parliament for that seat in the history of Gippsland East. The Nationals candidate is a teacher, she's a farmer and she understands our community. Gemma Rendell is a born and bred East Gippslander who is passionate about the future of our community and has the lived experience to make a difference as she represents us in State Parliament after November. Gemma will be focused on delivering a fair share of government funding for the region and improving the essential services for people of all ages across townships such as Maffra, Hayfield, Stratford, Bensdale, Lakes Entrance, Paynesville, right through to Mallacoota into the high country towns like Dargo and Omeo. The Nationals stand for a stronger, safer and better regional Australia where everyone can get ahead, and Gemma Rendell will be an outstanding advocate for Gippsland East after the November state election.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Rural and Regional Health.
Deputy Speaker, for 60 years NBN has been part of daily life on the Central Coast. broadcasting into the homes of local families and helping bring our community together. Through natural disasters, global pandemics and the everyday stories that matter, dedicated journalists and camera crews have worked tirelessly to keep coasties informed. Today I rise with deep concern, a concern shared right across the region, about Win News's decision to significantly scale back the operations of NBN on the Central Coast. The decision is not just a so-called corporate adjustment, it has real consequences. It means the loss of local jobs, skilled journalists, producers and camera operators who understand our community and are part of it. And it means a diminished ability to tell the stories of the Central Coast, by the Central Coast, for the Central Coast. For decades, NBN has been a cornerstone of regional life, not only as an employer, but as a trusted voice. Local journalism is essential. It matters. It keeps communities informed. It holds decision makers to account and means that regional voices are heard. When local newsrooms are scaled back, communities lose more than jobs. They lose representation. I urge Win to reconsider this decision and to explore every possible option to maintain a strong local presence on the Central Coast, because this is about more than a business model. It is about protecting jobs, preserving trusted regional journalism and making sure that our community continues to have a voice. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak about something close to my heart and something making a real practical difference to the people of Dobell. I'm talking about Labor's urgent Medicare care clinics. Delivered right across the country, I acknowledge Health Minister Mark Butler for seeing this through, all 137 clinics, helping Australians get care when they need it. Behind every clinic is a story. One of them is Graham's. Graham is a stroke survivor living with a lifelong disability and is also a passionate AC/DC fan. Last year at a concert in a Accor stadium, he rocked a little too hard and badly gashed his shin. While paramedics treated him on the spot, his recovery meant weeks of follow-up care. In the past, that would have meant repeated hospital visits in busy emergency departments, something especially challenging for someone living with a disability. But instead, Graham went to the Lake Haven Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. He told me it was easier, more welcoming and far less stressful. The staff, he said, were fantastic and empathetic. He told me, in his words, it is the best thing that a government has done for Lake Haven. Deputy Speaker, that says it all. This is about dignity, access and making sure people get care when they need it. Because when we invest in healthcare like this, we're just making it easier to take pressure off hospitals, we're improving people's lives, and that's what a good government should do.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Calpa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this week we have the privilege of hosting local government leaders from around the country, and while the Prime Minister might not appreciate our councils after his bizarre question time insinuation yesterday that council members are not serious people, I don't share that view. I'm very lucky to represent an electorate with 5 local government jurisdictions within it: Bellingen, Coffs Harbour, Kempsey Shire, Nambucca Valley Shire and Port Macquarie Hastings, each with a passionate mayor and councillors intent on delivering the services and infrastructure that their regional residents deserve. Each who need federal and state government to step up and recognise the potential when it comes to solving broader national issues like housing and cost of living. Because regional councils are crying out for regional funding, and they've done the hard work when it comes to the costings and what is required to maintain their current standards and expand responsibly into the future. The beautiful Mid-North Coast electorate that we represent has seen an influx of population in the wake of COVID migration like never before, and our demographics have evolved along with it, as we welcome more and more young families looking to purchase their forever homes in a coastal region that offers a quality life beyond that of the cities. The regions are ready to shoulder some of the burden when it comes to solving the country's housing crisis. We have the land and we have the demand. We want to be attracting working-age population to fill the gaps in our critical sectors like health, aged care, childcare, policing and manufacturing. We need them as much as they need us, but at the moment, Our collective infrastructure is at capacity and in some cases beyond capacity. Every one of my LGAs is in desperate need of water and sewerage upgrades, every single one of them. And we cannot be unique in this need. Without adequate water and sewerage networks, we cannot build. We cannot introduce higher density housing in key areas, including social housing, which this government espouses to be focused on. We cannot keep up with the demand while providing enough supply to keep house prices within reach for our current residents. And without adequate funding, councils will be forced to pass on the cost to residents already at their limits when it comes to rate payments. While we are rich in so many ways like natural beauty, close community ties, education and employment opportunities, our average residents are far from wealthy. And so I ask this government, please listen. Please consider carefully what these local government representatives are telling you, and please allow our regions to reach their true potential.
And I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the opening of the Manayarinkinga Public Health Centre in Maningrida, in my electorate. It was great to be there last week for the official opening of what was an amazing facility. I'm proud that our government contributed $14 million for the design and construction of this vital centre, which will go a long way in helping healthcare outcomes in the top end. The centre includes new clinical and consultation rooms dedicated to rheumatic heart disease, upgraded training, cancer and particularly tuberculosis care rooms. The opening of this centre is a real milestone for Maningrida and the surrounding homelands. I want to say a big thank you to the Malala Health Service Aboriginal Corporation who will operate the centre. Malala delivers so many important services in the top end and particularly in Maningrida, and their work with rheumatic heart and tuberculosis is essential in keeping that community healthy and safe. Improving the delivery of community-controlled remote health services is something that our side of government is particularly passionate about. It is an area that I've been working in for many years, both inside this place and on the ground across the Northern Territory. Remote areas which are hardest hit by chronic disease and illness face so many challenges in accessing healthcare, and making sure that ARCHOs in those communities have been funded and resourced. Our government has a proud record in this. I want to say thank you and congratulations to the CEO of Malala, Ray Matthews, and the Primary Health Services Manager, Jessica Gaddy, who's fought so hard for this facility on behalf of their community. To Charlie Gunnaburra, who's been an Aboriginal health practitioner for nearly 40 years in that community, is still involved in trying to combat tuberculosis and rheumatic heart. To Reggie Woodagil, to Leslie Wolfe and Dr Melanie Matthews, I want to say thank you for the work in getting this centre up and running. It is a massive achievement and wouldn't have happened without them. It was attended by Christine Connors, who was the Chief Medical Officer in the Northern Territory government for a long time, and it was great to see Dr Paul Burgess, who is the current Public Health and Chief Health Officer in the Northern Territory. I'm looking forward to seeing this facility serve the Maningrida region in coming years and helping our locals go from strength to strength. So thank you everyone involved, because for the rising and increasing numbers of rheumatic heart, but also tuberculosis, which we thought had been eradicated but has come back. And we've seen recently in Central Australia diphtheria also coming back. So we do have to deal with these chronic diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Wright.
Thank you, Speaker. I come from a regional and rural electorate that when you shake someone's hand, the deal is all but done. Your word is your bond. Commerce gets traded on a daily basis and has done for many years on the strength of a handshake and a commitment. And Madam Speaker, today I'm joined in this chamber by two fine young Australians. They are Hugh and Harry Littleproud. They are the sons of a great friend of mine, the member for Maranoa. And I was very fortunate to host these two young gentleman last night for dinner, and we were having a conversation, and I spoke to young Harry and said to him, and he reminded me of the last time that we had caught up, that he was going to be participating in the school athletics carnival. And I said to him, if you win, I will dedicate a speech in the Parliament to you. Not only did he win the 100 and the 200, or second in the 200, because of his places, he was able then to go and compete at the next level in the district, which is referred to as Southern Downs, with other bush schools who attended. And at that level of competition, young Harry got a first and a first in both of those events. So he escalated again and went through to the Darling Downs trials, where he informs me that it was a very cold morning and he wasn't warmed up and placed in neither of them. You useless thing, anyway. Next time. I think we're going to see you at the Olympics. I also want to acknowledge young Hugh. We were over dinner last night. Hugh tells me in his spare time after school, he works with his brother, who's a couple of years into his diesel mechanics apprenticeship trade. And they go out harvesting and he drives tractors. He can only just see over the steering wheel. But he saved up a fair wad of money, a considerable amount of money. I don't want to share with how much it is. And I said to him, you're saving up for a car. He said, no, Scotty, I'm not saving up for a car. When I get enough money, I'm going to buy my own tractor and I'm going to plough more fields. So congratulations to both of you young fellas. Can I ask you to stand up and just take a bow? Stand up. Take a bow, because our country owes both of you a great sense of debt. Thank you for what you're doing. Our future is in... Sit down now. Our future is in great hands. Remember always to tell the truth. Be good to your mum and dad. Tell Tommy he missed out on being mentioned in the speech because he's at work. And the next time you come down, Uncle Scotty will look after you, okay?
Thank you, and congratulations, Harry, and well done, Hugh. And I give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The King's Birthday Honours are amongst the highest recognition a nation can bestow. And this year, our community of Paterson is proudly represented by an outstanding group of local people whose service has made a lasting difference to the lives of many others. Gregory Budworth, OAM, has been recognised for his service to the community through social housing. Over more than 2 decades, Greg helped transform Home in Place into one of Australia's leading social and affordable housing providers, creating opportunity and securing housing for thousands of Australians. Suzanne Hamilton, OAM, has been recognised for her service to the Tilligary Peninsula community. Her contribution is a reminder that strong communities are built by people who generously give their time, energy and care in the service of others. Margaret Rose Thompson, OAM, has been recognised for her service to croquet. Margaret helped establish the Nelson Bay Croquet Club and has spent decades coaching, refereeing and promoting the sport across New South Wales. And I was delighted to congratulate Margaret in person at the club's recent 30th anniversary celebrations. Wing Commander Susan Yates AM has been recognised for her exceptional work supporting women in the Royal Australian Air Force, helping improve opportunities, retention and support for women in service. And retention is something I care passionately about in our ADF. Good on you, Susan. Warrant Officer Matthew Elliott has been recognised for exceptional service for the Royal Australian Air Force through workforce analytics, project support and enterprise data reform, making a significant contribution to defence capability. Flight Sergeant Joshua Schoeneck has been honoured for outstanding achievement in strengthening cybersecurity for the E-7A Wedgetail fleet. In Port Stephens, we are incredibly proud to be the home of these incredible aircraft at RAF Base Williamtown, and Joshua's work helped keep them in the sky and mission ready. The Australian Fire Service Medal has been awarded to Bruce McGrath of the Tilligary Brigade for his outstanding commitment to protecting lives and property, reflecting the dedication of volunteer firefighters right across our region. Suzanne Freeman of Marine Rescue Port Stephens has been awarded the Emergency Services Medal across 24 years of volunteer service. She has demonstrated exceptional leadership, commitment and service to the boating community. And to each of these remarkable recipients, I say thank you, our community says thank you, and our nation says thank you and good on you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, as someone who's seen the best and worst of animal slaughter practices as the former CEO of the live export industry, I'm absolutely appalled by the New South Wales Min's government's cruelty towards our brumbies. Australians accept that some animals need to be managed. What Australians cannot accept is the use of cruel and brutal methods, such as aerial shooting, to manage animals. Shooting horses from the moving platform of a helicopter is difficult and inaccurate. Horses have been discovered hours and days later, still alive, dying slowly from multiple gunshot wounds, while helpless fowls face a slow and lonely death of starvation after their mothers are killed. It's unthinkable that in an era where we pride ourselves on progress and compassion, we resort to such tactics to manage these horses. And it's extremely concerning that locals and experts have disclosed that population figures have been exaggerated to justify the Min's government's actions. While wild horses typically reproduce at a modest rate of 7 to 15%, the government's figures have them increasing at over 315%. Despite numerous public inquiries into brumby management in Australia, much of the expert advice has been ignored. Non-lethal control measures like immune contraceptives haven't been given a chance in Australia, despite evidence from elsewhere in the world indicating effectiveness. These horses are part of our nation's story. They are a cultural icon and a beautiful creature that feels fear and pain, yet the fate thrown at them is one of violence and suffering. I urge every Australian to contact the Premier of New South Wales and demand an immediate end to this cruelty. If populations need to be managed, then the government must find another way to do it. I recently visited the Tuncurry Post Office and met with licensees, the Thompson brothers. After sharing the visit on Facebook, I was struck by the response. I've rarely seen such glowing comments about a local business. These guys are loved because they provide something that Australia Post Corporate seems to have forgotten: service. Licensed post offices are not just parcel collection points. They are trusted community institutions, providing banking, identity checks, government services and face-to-face support. Yet Australia Post head office is systemically hollowing out the LPO network. Around 60 services have reportedly been removed from LPOs this financial year alone, while corporate leadership pursues a parcel-focused model that undervalues counter services and the trust that locals have in them. LPOs are blue-chip small businesses and Australia's best last-mile service providers. I'm calling for an immediate moratorium on LPO buybacks, conversions to parcel agent models and fixed-term contracts under an independent review is conducted into the future of Australia's service-led licensed post office network. Hollow out head office, not our local licensed post offices.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Recently, it was my pleasure to attend the world's greatest shave at the Williston Football Club, where the North came together in remarkable numbers to support Australians impacted by blood cancer. Local sporting clubs are often known for what happens on the field, but their true value is measured by what they do off it. The Williston Football Club demonstrated exactly that, turning a community fundraiser into an opportunity to support families and encourage important conversations about health and wellbeing. I was proud to be joined by my good mates, James Agnes, the member for Light, and the Mayor for the town of Gawler, Nathan Shanks, who joins us in the chamber today, as we stood alongside more than 170 people who packed the clubroom in support of this worthy cause. The generosity shown by those in attendance was nothing short of extraordinary. Organisers initially set a fundraising target of $3,000, hoping to make a meaningful contribution to the work of the Leukaemia Foundation. By the end of the event, the goal was being completely eclipsed, with more than $14,000 donated by community members and still rising, determined to make a difference in the lives of others. Behind every dollar raised was a story, and some of the most powerful moments of the day came from those brave enough to share their own experiences. Karen McCall spoke openly about her leukaemia diagnosis, offering a deeply personal insight into the challenges faced by so many Australians living with blood cancer. Adam Wardle, a father of 2 junior players at the club, shared the story of losing his father recently, reminding everyone in the room that cancer leaves few families untouched. Their courage, honesty and willingness to speak from the heart helped transform the event from a fundraiser into something far more meaningful. Importantly, this event formed part of the Williston Football Club's wellbeing program, an initiative designed to equip people with the knowledge, confidence and support networks they need when confronted with health challenges. That commitment to building resilience and encouraging people to seek help when they need it is making a real difference throughout the community. The world's greatest shave is about far more than cutting or dyeing hair. Funds raised help provide physical, emotional and financial support to Australians living with blood cancer, while also helping to fund vital research that brings us closer to better treatments and outcomes. Every person who attended, donated or shared their story played a role in supporting this mission. I congratulate everyone involved in making the day such an outstanding success, and thank the Williston Football Club for continuing to demonstrate what community leadership looks like. For anyone who would like to contribute, donations can still be made by visiting worldsgreatestshave.com and searching for the Williston Football Club. Congratulations on what was a fantastic event, and in the true Donnybrook spirit, always fighting for everybody within our community. Thank you for everything you do. Go the Donnybrooks.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The recent Future Townsville event put a spotlight on a glaring truth and exposed some deeply critical topics facing our region. The reality is there is no real investment in protecting North Queensland, and if a conflict breaks out, our shipping lines could be completely cut off in a matter of days. This government has no way to protect them with its lack of defence funding. And when you look at the very true strategic vulnerability, it isn't a lack of ammunition, it is liquid fuel. The fact is, 50% of all imports into Australia are liquid fuel. Think about that. Australia would completely stop without diesel. If a conflict hits our northern waters and cuts off those supply lines, we are around a month away from absolute anarchy. Australia is a wealthy nation, and the resource towns of Mackay and Townsville should be absolutely prospering with the immense wealth that is created on their very doorstep. Instead of relying on unstable foreign supply chains, it is time to drill, dig and lower every bill. There must be a drive to drill for domestic oil and a serious look at coal to liquid conversion technology. There is plenty of brown coal sitting in Victoria that cannot be exported, but it is perfect for creating reliable domestic energy and synthetic diesel right here at home. Local supply chains must be unlocked. Both Mackay and Townsville have excellent port facilities, so let's use them to take the heavy pressure off the Bruce Highway by increasing ocean freight. It is a classic chicken and egg issue. We need more sea freight for the cost to come down, and that is exactly where a forward-thinking government should step in and assist. Getting heavy trucks off the road makes the Bruce even safer for everyone and provides a necessary space to finally get on top of its shocking condition with real investment in proper duplication. This government must stop offshoring our security and start backing the regions that power this nation. The Coalition has a real plan to change this through the Futures Generation Fund. Under this plan, 80 cents in every single dollar of resource tax windfalls will be banked safely, creating a permanent nest egg for our nation. This fund will be used to pay down debt and invest heavily in nation-building infrastructure. And in a move that will be a significant boost to Dawson, 25% of these infrastructure flows will be locked into directly supporting regional Australia. It is time to return the wealth back to the regions that actually fuel, feed and power this nation.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Socceroos' victory over Turkey in the FIFA World Cup has brought Australians from right across the country together in support of our Aussies on the world stage. But it's also been a great opportunity for local communities to unite in their support. Last week, the St George and Sutherland Community College got into the spirit, hosting a barbecue on the green at its Denali campus, and its community watched the World Cup while wearing a wonderfully diverse array of shirts, scarves, representing their home countries. I love seeing students, clients and staff, as well as representatives from Aspect getting involved with foosball and testing their accuracy with the soccer target. It was terrific to witness their palpable passion and see the green electric with enthusiasm as students from all cultures, backgrounds and walks of life erupted with big cheers of excitement at pivotal moments in the game, particularly from the Colombian students who came out victorious on the day. It was a vital expression of how the appreciation of cultures can enrich us all. Just like the scarves so proudly worn by these students, the weaving together of various threads of heritage can strengthen our collective spirit and love of country. The St George and Sutherland Community College has been doing amazing work in my community for more than 40 years, providing quality vocational education, disability services, leisure and language classes to students from across the globe. Among its esteemed students are my father and aunt, who have been stunned by the quality of learning that we have access to right here in the Sutherland Shire. The college's dedication to lifelong learning, inclusion and community spirit makes every experience special. I want to thank CEO Bernadette Mills and her team for the extraordinary work that they do each day for the Southern Sydney community. And I'm sure that all the students, staff at the community college would also join me in wishing the best of luck to the Socceroos as they take on Paraguay this Friday. Thanks so much to the team at St George and Sutherland Community College for hosting us on this beautiful day of community togetherness. I want to recognise some outstanding achievements from several schools in my community. Engadine High School recently came away from the Sutherland Zone Athletics Carnival with some outstanding wins, placing third across the zone and breaking 3 records in long jump, shot put and relay. Students from the Denali High School performed exceptionally well in their regional cross country, with 5 students making it through to state country later this month. The New South Wales Handball High School Championships faced fierce competition from the Open Boys Handball team at Menai High School, who secured a silver medal for their hard work and determination. And in the verbal sparring arena of the New South Wales Premier's debating competition, Holsworthy Public School hosted 2 debates on the theme of education and came out on top, securing the impressive position as the Sydney Southwest Zone 11 champions and progressing to the regional knockout competition. Congratulations to all involved, and thank you so much to all our teachers for all the work that they do to get those amazing achievements from our students. Thank you.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting.